Please approach the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may be seated. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Rebecca Santiago.
And can you spell both first and last, please?
Rebecca Santiago, Santiago.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Santiago.
Good morning.
Where do you work?
At the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
Okay, and what do you do there specifically?
I'm a DNA analyst, so I examine items of evidence. I perform presumptive and confirmatory testing for semen and presumptive testing for blood. And then I perform DNA analysis and I make comparisons, generate statistics, and write reports.
Okay, and how long have you been working for the crime lab?
Since July 2015.
And what education and training have you gone through for this position?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biological Sciences from Marquette University in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I also have a Master's of Forensic Sciences with a concentration in Forensic Molecular Biology from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C. I've also have about a prior
Can you just slow down a little bit?
1 year of experience performing DNA testing for relationship and forensic testing at Chromosomal Labs Bodie Technology in Phoenix, Arizona, where I went through a training program there. And when I arrived at BSO, I also completed training on the methods here.
Okay. And can you just give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a very brief overview of what DNA is?
It's the genetic material of each individual. It gives our bodies instructions on how to function, and we get about half from our mother and half from our father.
Okay. And where does DNA come from in the body?
Typically in the nucleus of the cell.
Is a person's DNA individual to them?
Yes.
Now, moving to the specific case, and just starting with the overview. When you perform any analysis work at the lab on DNA, do you assign each case a case number?
Yes, there's a lab number.
Okay, and in this particular case, what is the lab number?
May I refer to my reports?
Sure, will that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And for the record, Ms. Santiago, you have your whole file with you on this case?
Correct. The lab case number in this report was 1716385.
Okay, and that lab number, does that stick with every single report and every piece of work you do in this case?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of that lab number?
It's to track the case when it's received in the lab.
And you authored 4 reports in this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And for presentation purposes, I'd like to just go in chronological order of each report.
Okay.
Okay. What is the date of the first report you authored?
January 3rd, 2018.
And at the time of the work that you performed in January, that's the content of this report. Excuse me. Did you have 3 standard swaps, and one from Isabella Taglerini, one from Paul Smith, and one from Nicholas Wilcox?
Correct.
Okay, now in addition, when I say standard swab, what does that mean?
It's a swab collected from an individual used to have a known profile from that individual. So typically it can be either a buccal swab or a blood stain card, are common standards.
Okay, so you know where the sample came from?
Correct.
Okay. And in addition to those 3 standards, Mr. Smith, Ms. Taglerini, and Mr. Wilcox, did you also receive a series of items from the Plantation Police Department as evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And before we get into the specifics, can you just walk us through a very basic overview of what your process is when you're analyzing items of evidence?
Okay. So typically I receive swabs. So I'll take a cutting of the swab and put it in an individual tube. First, I need to extract the DNA or isolate it from all the other cellular material. Then I'll quantify the DNA to determine how much is present. And then I'll amplify the DNA with PCR, or the polymerase chain reaction. And during PCR, a fluorescent tag is added to the regions that I'm copying so that it can be detected during capillary electrophoresis, which separates the DNA based on size. Then I analyze the DNA profile, and I get an electropherogram, and I can compare the results from the evidentiary samples to the known samples. And then I can, during those comparisons, I can generate statistics to show support for the comparison, and then I can write a report.
Okay. And if it's okay with you, I'd like to just go item by item that you received from Plantation and discuss the results and the statistical analysis for each item.
Okay.
Yes. I just need a moment with the lawyers. If the jury can please leave your notebooks at or by your chairs and head back in the jury room. Hopefully this will not take too long. All right, you may be seated. We're outside the presence of the jury. Ms. Newman, what is the discrepancy that you're concerned about?
I just never, when I confirmed the dates of the 3 reports, apparently there's 4 reports, and I never saw this one. And this date is different than the ones that I had confirmed with them were, so let me just double check.
All right,
It might not be an issue, but I just need to.
Okay. I'll let you do that. All right, we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes,
All right, let's bring the jury. All right, everyone, please be seated. We're ready to continue. Ms. McGuire, you may inquire again.
Ms. Santiago, just to back up a little bit, I'd like to just go item by item that we received implementation and talk about your results and the statistical analysis you did on each item.
Okay.
Okay. So again, starting with that report from January 3rd of 2018, did you receive a swab from Plantation labeled swab from inside suspect's right shoe?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about the work you did on that case and what your results were?
So I extracted the DNA from the sample, as I mentioned, put it through the process and developed a profile, and I determined the DNA results from item 1 was inconclusive for comparisons due to insufficient data.
Okay, and what does that mean?
That there wasn't enough DNA present to make comparisons to standards.
Okay. Item number 2, labeled a swab from inside suspect's left shoe. Did you perform that same analysis on that swab?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us your results?
The DNA results from item 2 were interpreted as a mixture. Due to the partial nature of this mixture, these results were inconclusive for comparisons.
Okay. And is that the same reason you stated before?
Yes.
Item number 3 and 4, 3 being swab from the suspect's right shoe. I assume that means external, EXT, and then swab from the suspect's left shoe. Can you tell us about your results for those 2 items?
So I performed presumptive testing for blood, and presumptive testing did not indicate the presence of blood on items 3 or 4. And the DNA results from items 3 and 4 were interpreted as mixtures, and the interpretation of these mixtures will be the subject of a separate report.
Okay, so we'll get back to those 2 swabs at a later date. Is that what that means?
Yes,
Okay.
a future report.
Okay. So for our purposes right now, moving on to item number 5, swabs from the felt from the dumpster. Can you tell us about that?
The DNA results from item 5 was inconclusive for comparisons due to insufficient data.
Item number 6, swabs from the steering wheel of the F-150 top and bottom. Can you tell us about that one?
So 6 was actually broken down into 6.1 and 6.2.
Okay, so starting with 6.1, it's top steering wheel of the gray pickup truck.
The DNA results from item 6.1 were interpreted as a mixture. Assuming Nicholas Wilcox is present, the remaining results are inconclusive for comparisons due to insufficient data.
Okay. Swab 6.2, the swab of the bottom steering wheel of the gray pickup truck.
The DNA results from item 6.2 were interpreted as a mixture. Assuming Nicholas Wilcox is present, the interpretation of this mixture will be the subject of a separate report.
Okay, so again, we'll get back to that one at a later date.
Yes.
Item number 7, swab of white spot on a blue bed sheet.
So confirmatory tests detected the presence of semen on item 7. And the DNA results from, so I performed a differential extraction on item 7, so I have 2 fractions. The epithelial fraction of item 7 was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 contributors. The comparisons of Isabella Taglerini to these mixture results will be the subject of a separate report. Nicholas Wilcox and Paul Smith are excluded as contributors to these mixture results. And the DNA results from the sperm fraction of item 7 were interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 contributors. A major profile indicating male origin was resolved, and and the results from the minor contributor are inconclusive for comparisons due to insufficient data. Nicholas Wilcox, Paul Smith, and Isabella Tagliarini are excluded as contributors to the major profile.
Okay, so a portion of that we'll get back to at a later time.
Yes.
That was the other one.
Yes.
And item 8, which was broken down into 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3, starting with, well, what is item 8 itself? What was that? The nail scrapings and DNA card, what is that?
It was just submitted as one item, but there were 3 separate items.
Okay.
So they were broken down into 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3.
Okay, 8.1 first, left-hand fingernails. Can you tell us about that?
Presumptive testing indicated the presence of blood on item 8.1. And the DNA results were interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 contributors. Assuming Nicholas Wilcox is the major contributor, a foreign minor contributor was deduced. Isabella Tagliarini is consistent with the deduced minor profile. The chances of randomly selecting an unrelated individual consistent with the minor profile from the evidentiary sample are approximately 1 in 27 billion. Paul Smith is excluded as a contributor to these mixture results.
Okay. And item 8.2 is right-hand fingernails.
DNA foreign to Nicholas Wilcox was not detected on item 8.2.
Okay, moving on now to report August 26th of 2019. And these, some of these items were the same items, they were just reanalyzed, correct?
Correct, with a new software tool.
Okay. Can you take us through the differences between the software tools just very quickly?
So previously it was a binary interpretation using RMP, or the random match probability, and that would determine how rare a profile is, but we would use it only on comparisons to resolved components of mixtures or single source samples. For example, a resolved component will be a major profile or a minor profile. In the electropherogram, the peaks of the DNA have different heights, and sometimes you can resolve the individual profiles based on the peak height differences.
Can you just slow down just a
Sorry.
second?
So that's when I could be able to use RMP statistic. We are currently in the process at that time of implementing STR-Mix, which is a software tool that can help interpret complex mixtures. And it provides a statistic in the form of a likelihood ratio comparing 2 different hypotheses of the data.
So you basically got a new tool to interpret your results from the DNA items you test and analyze.
Correct.
Okay. So on the August 26th report, you reworked some of the items we've already discussed.
Not the lab work. It was the same data I had. It was just the statistical calculation part.
Okay. So again, just going to go right in order. Item number 3, swab of suspect's right shoe. Can you tell us about that?
So the previously reported DNA results from item 3 were interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 contributors. The DNA results are at least 3.04 times 10 to the 21, or 3.04 sextillion times more likely if they originated from Nicholas Wilcox and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. These results provide very strong support that Nicholas Wilcox is included as a contributor. Paul Smith was excluded as a contributor to these results, and the comparison of Isabella Tagliarini to these results was inconclusive due to an uninformative likelihood ratio of 1.89.
Okay. So in this particular item, swab of the suspect's right shoe, DNA belonging to Nicholas Wilcox, there's very strong support that he is included as a contributor.
He was included.
Moving on to item 4, swab of suspect's left shoe.
So the previously reported DNA results from item 4 were interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 contributors. The DNA results are at least 3,040 times more likely if they originated from Nicholas Wilcox and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. These results provide moderate support that Nicholas Wilcox is included as a possible contributor. Paul Smith was excluded as a contributor to these results, and the DNA results are at least 1.96 times 10 to the 21 or 1.96 sextillion times more likely if they originated from Isabella Tagliarini and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. These results provide very strong support that Isabella Tagliarini is included as a contributor.
Okay. So in that item, there is very strong support that Isabella is included, Isabella Tagliarini.
Correct.
And moderate support that Nicholas Wilcox is included as a contributor.
Correct.
Moving on to item 6.2, swab is the bottom steering wheel of the gray pickup truck. Tell us about that.
So assuming Nicholas Wilcox is a contributor, the previously reported DNA results from item 6.2 were interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 contributors. Paul Smith was excluded as a contributor to these results, and the DNA results are at least 32.1 times more likely if they originated from Nicholas Wilcox, Isabella Tagliarini, and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from Nicholas Wilcox and 3 unrelated unknown individuals. These results provide limited support that Isabella Tagliarini is included as a possible contributor.
Okay. Moving on to, actually, you know what, that's that for that report. So in addition to August 26th of 2019, you authored a third report, October 14th of 2021.
Yes.
Okay. Now, for this report, you had received an additional item into evidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that being item 11, the DNA standard swab of Eric Robinson.
Yes.
Okay. So in 2021 is when you received the standard of Mr. Robinson.
Yes.
Okay. So the work that we've already discussed, the 2018 and 2019 report, you did not have his standard DNA to compare to.
Correct.
Okay. So having this new item, item 11, the standard of Mr. Robinson, some of the items we've already discussed, did you work again?
They were compared with StarMix,
Okay, what's StarMix?
the tool that I mentioned before, the new interpretation tool.
Okay. And again, we'll just go right down the list. Item number 3, again, swab of suspect's right shoe. Can you tell us about that?
The previously reported DNA results were interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 contributors. Eric Robinson is included. The DNA results are at least 6.00 times 10 to the 6 or 6 million times more likely if they originated from Eric Robinson and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. These results provide very strong support that Eric Robinson is included as a contributor.
Okay. Item 4, swab of suspect's left shoe.
The previously reported DNA results were interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 contributors, and Eric Robinson is excluded.
Okay. Item 6.1, again, is a swab of the top steering wheel of the gray pickup truck.
So
Go ahead, sorry.
the previously reported DNA results were reinterpreted using the STR-Mix software. These DNA results are interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 contributors. Nicholas Wilcox is assumed. The DNA results are at most 14.7 times more likely if they originated from Nicholas Wilcox and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from Nicholas Wilcox, Isabella Tagliarini, and 2 unrelated unknown individuals. These results provide limited support that Isabella Tagliarini is excluded as a contributor. The DNA results are at most 11.8 times more likely if they originated from Nicholas Wilcox and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from Nicholas Wilcox, Eric Robinson, and 2 unrelated unknown individuals. And these results provide limited support that Eric Robinson is excluded as a contributor. And Paul Smith was also excluded.
Okay. Moving on to 6.2, a swab of the bottom steering wheel of the pickup.
The previously reported DNA results were interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 contributors. Nicholas Wilcox was assumed. The DNA results are at least 5,230 times more likely if they originated from Nicholas Wilcox, Eric Robinson, and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from Nicholas Wilcox and 3 unrelated unknown individuals. These results provide moderate support that Eric Robinson is included as a contributor.
Let me interrupt you for 1 second before we move on. When you say that somebody is assumed, what does that mean?
We can assume an item when the DNA profile is from that individual is represented in the electropherogram that I see on the evidentiary sample. Typically, that'll be the case when it's a body swab from that individual. We expect to see that person's DNA on their own body or an item that they own or frequently use.
So something like you said, your own body, you expect your own DNA, you assume your own DNA is on your body.
Correct, if it's represented in the electropherogram that I'm seeing, yes.
Okay, or an item they frequently, maybe a phone, a vehicle, clothing, something like that.
Correct.
Okay. Moving on to swab 7, which we discussed earlier, swab of the white spot on the blue bed sheet.
So from the epithelial fraction, the previously reported DNA results were interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 contributors. Eric Robinson is included. The DNA results are at least 9.77 times 10 to the 15, or 9.77 quadrillion times more likely if they originated from Eric Robinson and 1 unrelated unknown individual than if they originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals. These results provide very strong support that Eric Robinson is included as a contributor. And then there's also the sperm fraction. The previously reported DNA results were reinterpreted using the StarMix software. The previously reported DNA results were interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 contributors. The DNA results are at least 5.37 times more likely if they originated from Nicholas Wilcox and 1 unrelated unknown individual than if they originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals. These results provide limited support that Nicholas Wilcox is included as a contributor. And the DNA results are at least 9.45 times 10 to the 26, or 945 septillion times more likely if they originated from Eric Robinson and 1 unrelated unknown individual than if they originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals. These results provide very strong support that Eric Robinson is included as a contributor, and Paul Smith and Isabella Tagliarini are excluded as contributors.
Okay, and that item you indicated was a sperm fraction?
Correct.
And moving on to item 8.1, left hand fingernails.
The previously reported DNA results were reinterpreted using the StarMix software. These previously reported DNA results were interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 contributors. Nicholas Wilcox was assumed. The DNA results are at least 6.53 times 10 to the 22, or 65.3 sextillion times more likely if they originated from Nicholas Wilcox and Isabella Tagliarini than if they originated from Nicholas Wilcox and 1 unrelated unknown individual. These results provide very strong support that Isabella Tagliarini is included as a contributor, and Paul Smith and Eric Robinson are excluded.
Okay. And lastly, moving on to your 4th report, dated April 5th of 2023. For this report, you now have standards of Nicholas Wilcox, Paul Smith, Isabella Tagliarini, and Eric Robinson?
Correct.
Okay. And you also received a batch of new items submitted from Plantation Police Department?
Correct.
A new batch of swabs? Okay, and again, same thing, I just want to go line by line. Starting with item number 12, swabs of DNA from the duct tape on the inner tarp. Can you tell us about the work you did and the results for item 12?
The DNA results were interpreted as originating from a single male contributor. The DNA results are at least 30,600 times more likely if they originated from Nicholas Wilcox than if they originated from one unrelated unknown individual. These results provide strong support that Nicholas Wilcox is included as a contributor. Paul Smith, Isabella Tagliarini, and Eric Robinson are excluded.
Item 13, swab of possible DNA from the duct tape on outer tarp.
So item 13 was extracted and quantified. Further analysis was not performed due to no DNA detected.
Okay. Item 14, swab of possible blood from outer front side of driver's seat.
So presumptive testing did not indicate the presence of blood on item 14, and the DNA results were interpreted as a mixture originating from two contributors. Nicholas Wilcox, Paul Smith, Isabella Tagliarini, and Eric Robinson are excluded.
And before we move on, when you're doing your work and you receive these items and you don't know anything about the investigation or where each individual swab came from or anything like that, right?
We usually get a brief scenario of the items involved in the case, usually no more than that.
Okay, moving on to item 15, swabs of possible blood from the driver's seat of the red Kia. Tell us about that.
So presumptive testing indicated the presence of blood on item 15, and the DNA results were interpreted as originating from a single female contributor. Nicholas Wilcox, Paul Smith, Isabella Tagliarini, and Eric Robinson are excluded.
Item 16, swabs of possible blood from exterior of yellow glove.
Presumptive testing indicated the presence of blood on item 16. The DNA results were interpreted as originating from a single male contributor. The DNA results are at least 6.50 times 10 to the 23, or 650 sextillion times more likely if they originated from Nicholas Wilcox than if they originated from one unrelated unknown individual. These results provide very strong support that Nicholas Wilcox is included as a contributor. Paul Smith, Isabella Tagliarini, and Eric Robinson are excluded.
Item 17, swabs from inside the yellow glove with possible blood on the outside.
The DNA results were interpreted as a mixture originating from three contributors. The DNA results are at least 1.06 times 10 to the 6, or 1.06 million times more likely if they originated from Isabella Tagliarini and two unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from three unrelated unknown individuals. These results provide very strong support that Isabella Tagliarini is included as a contributor, and the DNA results are at least 1.57 times 10 to the 18, or 1.57 quintillion times more likely if they originated from Eric Robinson and two unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from three unrelated unknown individuals. These results provide very strong support that Eric Robinson is included as a contributor, and Nicholas Wilcox and Paul Smith are excluded.
Okay. 18, 2 swabs of possible blood from fabric side of long piece of foam mattress.
Item 18 was not examined.
Okay. 19, swab of possible blood from large dark stain on blue pillowcase.
19 was not examined.
Okay. And 20, 1 swab of possible blood from dark drops on blue pillowcase, back side.
20 was not examined.
Okay. 21, 2 swabs of possible blood from large dark stain on large piece of foam mattress.
So presumptive testing indicated the presence of blood on item 21. The DNA results were interpreted as a mixture originating from two contributors. The DNA results are at least 2.81 times 10 to the 6, or 2.81 million times more likely if they originated from Nicholas Wilcox and one unrelated unknown individual than if they originated from two unrelated unknown individuals. These results provide very strong support that Nicholas Wilcox is included as a contributor. And the DNA results are at most 2.59 times more likely if they originated from two unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from Paul Smith and one unrelated unknown individual. These results provide limited support that Paul Smith is excluded as a contributor. And the DNA results are at most 5.38 times more likely if they originated from two unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from Isabella Taglerini and one unrelated unknown individual. These results provide limited support that Isabella Taglerini is excluded as a contributor. And the DNA results are at most 15.4 times more likely if they originated from two unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from Eric Robinson and one unrelated unknown individual. These results provide limited support that Eric Robinson is excluded as a contributor.
And outside of the 4 reports that we've discussed here this morning, any other reports that you authored or any other work that you did?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Santiago.
Good morning.
Ms. Santiago, the various swabs that you analyzed, you don't actually do the swabbing yourself, you just receive the swabs, correct?
Correct.
And the only swabs that you receive them, you just do the analysis.
Correct.
Okay. And it would be the crime scene technician that would actually do the swabbing, and then they'd be submitted to you.
Typically, yes.
Okay. And you didn't receive any swabs for any entry points to any of the residents, such as like doorknobs or anything like that?
Only what was listed here.
Okay. But there was nothing that was listed that we discussed today that you swabbed, or excuse me, that you analyzed. Did you analyze any swabs for any entry points to the residence?
Not if they weren't listed here, no, just what we went through.
And you didn't receive any swabs for any suspected weapons of any kind?
No, not if they weren't listed here.
And you mentioned that Ms. Taglerini, she was a contributor to the inside of a yellow glove.
Which item are you referring to?
On your report, April 15th, item 17.
There was very strong support that Isabella Taglerini is included as a contributor.
Understood. And regarding the Kia, blood that was found in the Kia, were any of the parties found to be contributors to the blood that was found in the Kia?
Which item are you referring to?
On the Kia would be the April 5th report on number 15.
Nicholas Wilcox, Paul Smith, Isabella Taglerini, and Eric Robinson were excluded.
Excluded. And was there any swabs that you received from Cadillac?
Not if they weren't listed here.
And in terms of the fingernails of Mr. Wilcox, you found that Ms. Taglerini, she was a strong contributor to what was found, DNA that was found underneath Mr. Wilcox's fingernails, correct?
Which item are you referring to?
It would be the report on October 14th. And it would be 8.1.
These results provide very strong support that Isabella Taglerini is included.
And was there any support whatsoever that Mr. Robinson was a contributor to what was found, DNA that was found underneath Mr. Wilcox's fingernails, based on your analysis?
On 8.1, Eric Robinson was excluded.
A moment to confer, Your Honor? Yes.
Any redirect?
Yes, Judge. On your April 5th report, again, item 17, swabs from inside the yellow glove. Not only was Ms. Taglerini included, but Mr. Robinson was as well, with very strong support.
These results provide very strong support that Eric Robinson is included as a contributor. Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. All right, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. If jury can please leave your notebooks at or by your chairs, the deputy will take you in the back. Be seated. We're outside the presence of the jury. We're in recess for 5 minutes. Steve, anything else before we bring in the jury?
No, Judge, not going to say.
Who's next? No, no.
Okay, let's bring in the jury, please. Seated. The statement called its next witness.
Statement called Brian Kendall.
Please approach the witness stand, and when you get there, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
You may be seated. State your full name for the record.
Brian Kendall, BrianKendall.
Good morning, Mr. Kendall.
Good morning.
Sir, where do you work currently?
I currently work for a private investment firm.
Okay. And back in October of 2017, where did you work?
At that time, I worked for the City of Plantation Police Department
Okay. And how long were you with Plantation Police?
for 26 years.
Okay. And what capacity were you working in, or what role were you in October of 17?
I was an investigator, a detective assigned to the Violent Crimes Squad, and also assigned to the FBI Violent Crimes Task Force.
Okay. And did you become involved in this case that we're here for today, involving an Isabella Tagarini and an Eric Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of your participation in that, did you did you look at a red Kia Optima, or I think it's an Optima, a red Kia?
Yes.
Okay. And who owns that red Kia?
Meredith Kesnick. My understanding it was Eric Robinson's girlfriend.
Okay. And
Ex-girlfriend.
okay. And at the time you were processing this Kia, what did you do with the Kia itself?
The Kia was photographed, it was searched, and some items were collected from inside of the Kia.
Okay. Permission to approach, Judge?
You may.
Mr. Kendall, showing you what's been pre-marked as States 4J. You can take a look at this photograph. I don't know if you recognize it.
I do recognize it.
Okay, accurately depict that vehicle.
The red Kia we're speaking about.
Okay. This time state that seat 2 was pre-marked as 4J. That's 87. State the year.
You're, what, it's 87, okay, didn't catch that. All right, that'll be admitted as State's Exhibit 87.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
Okay. And is this that Kia that belongs to Ms. Kesnick?
Yes, it is.
And in addition to the Kia and the items collected from the Kia, did you also collect anything else from Ms. Kesnick belonging to Mr. Robinson?
Yes, conducted a search warrant at our residence in the community of Los Protos in the city of Plantation.
Okay. And did you collect a cell phone?
I did.
And who did it belong to?
Mr. Robinson.
Permission to approach, Judge?
You may.
Okay. Sir, showing you what's been pre-marked as States 4A. You recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And package the way it was when you collected it?
Yes.
Okay. Your initials are on it.
Yes, my name is on it on the sticker. That's the intake for the evidence room at the Plantation Police Department.
This time, Judge State would seek to admit marked as 4A as States 80.
All right, that'll be admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 88.
And Detective Kendall, or sorry, Mr. Kendall, what is in this package?
The Samsung cellular telephone belonging to Mr. Robinson.
Now, in addition to the cell phone, did you collect other items that belonged to Mr. Robinson, specifically a piece of paper with some writing on it?
A piece of paper that was in his possession. I'm not sure if it belonged to him, but was amongst all of his personal property.
And permission to approach?
You may approach.
Mr. Kendall, showing you it's going to be marked as States 4L. Take a look at that. We know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do recognize it.
Okay, accurately depict that piece of paper we were talking about.
Yes, a copy of it.
Judge, at this time, statement seek to admit was been pre-marked as States 4L as 89.
All right, that'll be admitted as State's Exhibit 89.
And permission to publish?
You may publish.
And Mr. Kendall, tell us what we're looking at here in States 89.
It's a piece of lined notebook paper with handwriting on it and a signature by Mr. Wilcox and Ms. Tagliarini.
And where was this item located?
Within Ms. Kesnick's apartment, I was directed to a white plastic bag that had Mr. Robinson's personal property in it. Within that bag was this note.
Okay. And this States 89 is a photograph of that note, correct?
It's the copy of it, correct.
In addition to the copy, did you collect the note itself?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may approach.
Mr. Kendall, showing you it's been pre-marked to States 4M. Take a look at that. You recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and packaged in the same condition as it was when you originally put it in there?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, state would seek to admit what's been pre-marked as States 4M as 90.
That would be 90, yes. That'll be admitted as State's Exhibit 90.
And Mr. Kendall, what is this package?
That's the actual note that the jury just viewed the copy of.
One moment, Judge.
Yeah.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Kendall.
Thank you.
Cross-examination? Yes.
Good morning.
So you indicated there was a bag of Mr. Robinson's property at Ms. Kensick's house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a pair of black sweatpants that you recovered from that house?
Yes.
Are those sweatpants an item that Ms. Kensick had identified as Mr. Robinson's?
That's correct.
And she indicated that he had been wearing those, or why those specific pants?
Yes, that's correct. She identified that he had been wearing them earlier that morning.
Okay. When he had come back to the house?
Yes.
Okay. And there were some other clothes you collected as well?
Yes.
Did you personally swab those items or ask crime scene to swab those items?
My role in this investigation was not the lead detective in the case. I was the affiant on the search warrant for Ms. Kensick's address, and I did take responsibility for collecting this evidence. A crime scene technician would have reviewed the evidence collected. The lead investigator would then review the next step in the process to be done with those items.
Okay,
after the night I collected them.
so Detective Haynes was the lead, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it would have been him that would make the determination whether he wanted those swabs submitted, if swabs were taken.
I believe ultimately, if you were to say there is a person that's in charge of the investigation, would be the lead detective or the lead crime scene person, or after the fact, even the prosecutor's office could request analysis or identification of any evidence in the case.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may step down. Thank you. All right, state may call its next witness. Yes. All right, I just need a moment with the lawyers. If the jury can step back in the jury room, just leave your notebooks at or by your chairs. It should not take long. Presence of the jury, if you need to set up your equipment, you may do so. Ready to bring in the jury? All right, let's bring in the jury. All right, everyone may be seated. All right, the state may call its next witness. Morning. Very good. If you could please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Sure. Jonathan Zeller, Zelleler.
Thank you.
All right. You may proceed.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
A little tired, but I'm good.
Can you tell us where you work?
I work at the City of Miramar Police Department
How long have you been working?
since 2000, 23 years ago.
And are you detached to any special task force?
I am.
Can you tell us about that?
I'm detached currently with the FBI's Violent Crimes and Fugitive Task Force.
And as far as it comes to this particular case, which is a plantation case, did you help out on this case?
I did.
And how did you help out?
I was asked to review the cell sites and plot the cell sites and make a presentation out of it.
And as far as plotting cell sites, what do you mean by that?
So in simple terms, for people that have cell phones, when they make a call, receive a call, send a text, receive a text, that's all recorded by the carrier at whatever tower is being utilized. And when we get those records, we can see what tower was utilized, and we can actually put it on a map, and you can see exactly where that tower was, or the area where the phone was at.
Did you take any schooling to do that?
Yes.
How much?
I think I've surpassed over 250 hours of training. And this all started up back in 2009, 2010.
And is there software that you use for that?
Yes, there is.
What kind of software?
So throughout the years, we use different software. The current one that I'm using is called Cellhawk.
And do you take classes to become proficient in that?
Yes.
How many classes?
Like I said, I've taken, for this particular one, I may have taken well over 80 hours.
And have you ever testified as an expert in the field of cell phone analysis
Yes.
in state court?
At both state and federal court.
And have you ever been denied the opportunity to testify
No.
in that field?
No.
Your Honor, at this point I'm going to move into evidence with some pre-marked states, 4P and 4O. It's out of order. They're cell phone records and towers relating to Eric Robinson and Isabella Tagliarini, and this is going to be admitted as a certified record on receipt.
All right, and that's 2 or 3 exhibits?
Separate.
2 separate, okay. That'll be admitted as States Exhibits 91 and 92.
Evidence now states 91 and 92. Take a look at that. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So these are the records for both sets of cell phone records that I received to.
And can you read, for the record, the phone numbers that are associated with the number belonging to Eric Robinson?
Sure. I'm sorry. Yes, it's 954-300-6691.
And can you read the number that's associated with Isabella Tagliarini?
Sure. It's 954-994-9646.
You analyze those records?
Yes,
You plot them into the software, correct?
that is correct.
And We refer to them as records. What are they? What do the records contain?
So they contain, it's called, we call them cell sites, but they're actually called detailed records. So they're records of the calls that you make, that you receive, the text messages that you make and the text message you receive, the date, the time, the tower that was utilized, the sector of the tower that was utilized as well.
Phone calls and text messages?
Yes.
Contents of the text messages?
No, not the contents, no.
Just the communication.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's pre-marked as states 4N for identification. Detective, you recognize the C?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the PowerPoint for the mapping for this case.
That's a presentation that you put together?
Yes.
Okay. You had a chance to view it?
Yes.
Hasn't been altered?
No.
This one I want to move into that as what's pre-marked states 4N states identification.
All right, that'll be admitted as States Exhibit 93.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may publish.
Thank you. You have a screen in front of you, right?
I do.
What are we looking at here, Detective?
So this is just a presentation. This is the first page of it, which gives the information about the police department that handled this case, the detective, the case number, the location, and the date and time.
I'm going to move a little bit closer because I can't see the little screen. I'm getting old. There we go. What are we looking at here?
So this is just telling you the two phone records that was that were analyzed.
For Isabella Tagarini and Eric Robinson, correct?
That is correct.
When you're doing this and you're using the software to map it, are you given certain locations
But what do you mean?
by detectives that are important?
So what I asked for in the beginning when I get a request like this to start the analysis or the plotting, I asked for a couple things. And one would be I need the incident date and time. I need the incident location because those get plotted first, and then after that, all the rest of the data or the records come into play.
So you already know the location of the homicide.
Yes.
You know the location of Ms. Kensek's residence, correct?
Correct.
You know the location of the dump.
Yes. Correct.
Now, there's a lot of information here, but maybe if you can sum it up for the jury, detective.
Yeah. So this is just talking to you about the technology of your cell phones. That how your cell phones are considered transceivers, meaning that they transmit and receive. It's like a radio. It's exactly a radio, and it just gives you the basic principles of this, the technology. And then also talks at the bottom. It talks there about cell towers, and what their function is.
Okay. So, for example, I have a cell phone with me to talk to witnesses and so forth, correct?
Yes.
And does this mean that you can track me into the courthouse right now?
It depends.
It depends on what.
It depends if we're going historical or we're going live. There's a difference.
Let's talk about historical.
So historical is exactly what it means. It's past. And live obviously means live now. So there's a difference between if you're tracking a phone live, I would probably know or get to see that he's probably in the courthouse, as opposed to historical. It's not that precise.
Now, if you got my historical records from my phone, would that be able to tell you that Peter is standing on this date, on this level of the courthouse, or is it going to give you a range?
A range.
How big of a range?
That all depends, because you could have interference from the building, you could have weather interference, you can have issues with towers. So there's a multitude of things.
And would you agree with me, the more towers you have, the more accurate it is? Or maybe not.
No,
I disagree.
I disagree with that, because you could still have those same issues if you're in this building. The building, the way it's constructed, whatever material could block your signal as well, or make it less powerful.
And is my phone communicating with the tower all the time?
Yes, it is.
And is that something that's plotted on the historicals?
No.
Explain that.
So your phone constantly is in communication with towers, because your phone needs to know, hey, I'm here. Which tower am I going to use? Which tower is the closest? Which tower am I going to get the best phone service with, that I don't lose a call or anything like that? So it is in constant communication with these towers. So it doesn't matter whether you're here, whether you are in Pembroke Pines. It doesn't matter where you're at, Orlando. Your phone is in constant communication with these towers to let the tower know, hey, I'm here. Am I using you? Am I using you? And this is all internal. You have nothing to do with this. And it just looks for the strongest signal, to choose the tower that it's going to utilize.
So my phone is communicating with the sweetest tower close by, saying that, hey, just in case I get a text message or a phone call, I'm going to be going through you, correct?
So it needs to do that as well to communicate with these towers, because what ends up happening is that if it doesn't do that, if you're going to be getting a phone call, instead of having to page the entire United States to find your phone, it already has an idea, okay, we've narrowed it down instead of the United States. He's right now in, using these towers in Fort Lauderdale, so it makes your phone call, make the phone call you're getting come in faster. So yes, it does have to communicate with these towers.
I got the next slide up for you there. You see it?
Correct.
Tell us what this is.
So this is, once again, if you're looking at the tower, Your Honor, can I get up?
How?
With the court's permission?
Yeah.
If it makes it easier.
It does.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So this is a bird's eye view. If you're looking at a tower, the tower is right here. The tower is split up into different sectors. All right. So when we get these records back, okay, we're able to tell what tower was utilized, right? And then we're also able to tell what sector was utilized. So if it was, hypothetically, if it was sector 1, okay, it's the directionality that this is going out, as you can see. So the phone could be anywhere in this area. Or the sector 2, same thing, the directionality, how it's going out. It could be anywhere in this area, and sector 3 as well. So that's pretty much what that.
Generally, what kind of area are we looking at?
I'm sorry?
What kind of area are we looking at in terms of radius?
So it's a little difficult to tell, but usually we average it out to about 2 miles, 3 miles sometimes. It all depends. But when you have one tower that's up, and you have, let's say, that goes out possibly maybe 2 miles, there's another tower that's going to be in the area that's also going to overlap just a tad, so you don't lose that, that signal. Can you imagine if you're driving and all of a sudden you just lost this, you call drops?
I can imagine.
So.
ABC.
And what are we looking at here?
These are pictures of a three-sided tower. As you can see, there are the sectors. It just goes around in 360 degrees. This slide here is just giving you the orientation, almost exactly like a compass. This is exactly like a compass, and it goes around a circle which is 360 degrees. And this is the information that we get, from the records that we're able to tell like I said, what tower, but specifically what sector was utilized as well by the degrees, the orientation of it.
And what is this?
So this is more of what you're going to be seeing later on in the maps. This is not from the records. This is just an example, so that you can see what I'm talking about. The tower, and then the sector that was utilized, and you can see the directionality of how it goes out. So instead of having to look up north, I know that phone is not north of that tower. It's going to be more of the southwest portion of it.
Okay, so now what are we looking at here?
So we start off here with the first map, which is dated October 5th, 2017, and they're color-coded, meaning that you have red here for Mr. Robinson's data session, and you have Tagliarini's phone data session, which is in black, and the device location in red, and Tagliarini's device location in blue. And because they're both using the same carrier, which is T-Mobile, they're going to be on sometimes you may see the same tower. So that's why, like the very one on top, you see that it's a mixture of black and red. That's the two different devices that are connected to that tower.
Now, it says Robinson's, I'm assuming that's Eric Robinson's data session on October 5th, 2017 at 1:23 a.m. through 7:23 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
Why those particular times?
So what I was asked to do was to plot from a certain time, which I believe was like from 1 o'clock, around that area, 1:30ish, around there, until 7:30ish, around there.
Okay.
So that would be the first map to give you an idea of where these devices were at throughout those hours or those times.
And then the second thing shows Eric Robinson's device location on October 5th, 2017 at 5:13 a.m. through 5:20 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Why that particular time?
That's the time I was asked those are the times that I was asked to, or those are the only times that I had, or the data that I had for that particular device location.
So you're limited with the data that you're given.
Correct. That's I can't do more than what I have. So whatever I'm given is the only things that I can plot.
So his phone is not getting text messages or phone calls or something that would register on the historicals. You don't have it, correct?
That's correct.
And then it also shows Tagliarini's Isabella's phone session on October 5th, 2017 at 3:04 a.m. through 7:04 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
And then it says Tagliarini's device location, same date at 1:38 a.m. through 7:27 a.m., correct?
Correct.
What's the difference between you have data sessions and then you have device location?
So let's start off with the data sessions. The data session is the information that comes from the carrier, in this case T-Mobile. So what they're able to provide is not only the cell site for your call data records, but also your phones also use data, whether it's getting an email, whether you're surfing the internet, whatever you're doing. That's it utilizes data for that. So the carrier also captures that and is able to capture also what the times, the tower, and the sector that was utilized as well for those data sessions.
And with the court's permission, if you can get off the stand and show the jury what exactly we're looking at here.
You may do so.
Thanks. So in this case, I guess we'll start off with
We'll start with Eric.
the data session.
Yes.
All right. So the data session here will be red, and with the lines coming out. Okay, because remember it's utilizing the tower, so the tower would be here. So the directionality of it is all pointing out this way.
Okay.
The device location, okay, those are all, as you can see over here, they don't have lines or anything like that. They're just dots in there, just to get an idea of how that works.
So they're a little bit more accurate?
These are a little more accurate because these are coming directly from the device itself, not from the carrier.
And that blue little dot that you had out, what is that?
This here?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the residence, or the residence of Emeritus Kenzig.
Kensington, okay. In relation to that, where is the homicide? Is that plotted here?
The homicide will be right here, where I have your incident location.
Okay. And what else does the map show us?
So the map also shows us Tagliarini's phone data sessions, which are in black, that are up here, just utilizing this tower up here, and then it also shows the actual device locations, which are all centralized over here.
Okay. Now, there seem to be at two different places, correct?
For
During this period of time, correct?
correct, yes.
What does that tell you?
So since we have the Emeritus Kenzig's home, whatever, it's not that far. It's not that far from the incident location. You talk about a mile and a half, whatnot. So there are a bunch of towers that are in the area, and I guess it could be using any of the towers that are in the area. Typically, we always use whatever's closest, whatever's line of sight. But this is what the records have told us of where they were at, or what towers they were using at a certain date and certain time.
Let's look at the next slide.
All right, so this it's going a little quick, but we'll play it back for you if you want. So this is going to be now from the previous slide. Now we move on to the next set of times, and I actually. From the previous slide, we move on to now forward in time a little bit. So what I did was to give you a visual. It's actually an animated or an animation of the usage of the towers while they're in motion. So you can see it'll start off here. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Press the button. All right. As you can see here, it starts here. I know it goes a little quick. And now you can see the actual movement and how it's going east. And both the devices are registering or hits on the towers here.
Okay. I know it's going a little bit quick, but what we're looking at, various points, is that points representing cell phone data and data session for Eric Robinson as well as Isabella?
Go back to one slide. It's for both, yes.
It's for both. It's for both. Do you want the other slide?
So yes, it's for Robinson's data session and Tagliarini's both device location and her cell site.
Okay. Now, can you show us where the homicide location is again?
Here.
And where did the phone start? If you can play it again.
It started off here at the incident location.
Both phones.
Everything started out from here. Whatever time period this is, it's the movement of both phones from the incident location east towards, I guess, the area of the Publix.
And they start at
The incident location.
the homicide location, correct?
Correct.
And they move east, you said, and then we have a photograph. Is that correct?
Correct. So what I also like to do when I do these cell site presentations, if there is information there, take out the photo for 1 second. So yes, we do have a tower hit that's over here, and once again, the directionality is pointing down here. So I wouldn't be able to tell you, okay, this was at Publix or this could have been at wherever. But there is supporting evidence or documentation. In this case, there's footage of Mr. Robinson and Mr. Tagliarini, at Publix, which would make sense because it corroborates with the cell towers or the data we got from the carriers and device stations that this is at Publix at the same time.
So in this particular slide, you're showing that the phones are pinging off that tower and it gives you a sector, correct?
It could be the sector, correct?
And you said that area could be up to 2 miles. Is that correct?
It could be a mile, it could be 2 miles, it could be 3 miles.
So the reason that you're showing this particular photo is something that corroborates that particular tower to where we can actually know that they are, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
In this particular slide, can you tell us where the courthouse is?
The courthouse is right. This is the Publix, and right here is the courthouse.
So right next to the Publix.
Yes.
I'll move on to the next slide.
So now, this slide here, you can see again movement from the Publix area. Now I'm going to start heading west. This one I made it a little slower.
And again, this is showing both data sessions and locations, correct?
For both.
For both phones.
Robinson and Tagliarini, yes.
And just by looking at this, can you tell us if they're moving together?
Well, yes. You could see that there was more of the Tagliarini's device location, but you also had
Go ahead.
You can see that if something's going to be in red, you're going to see it's going to be Robinson, and then purple and blue is going to be Tagliarini. So as soon as they start moving, you're going to see both come into play. So here's Tagliarini's phone or device location. Now you're going to see there Robinson's data session pop up, which is also the same directionality. And then now we're just seeing Tagliarini's device location. And now we come over here to the big lots.
Okay. Now you have a photograph, correct?
Correct. Once again, the same thing as before. Now there's supporting documentation that, without the photo, how would I know that they're not actually big lots? It could be anywhere in here. So they could have been at the golf course for all I know. But in this case here, we have that they were at the big lots because of the footage that was provided, I guess, to me for this presentation.
So based on these records, it appears that from the homicide locations, both phones moved to the Publix right next to the courthouse, correct?
Correct.
And the next location appears to be
Big lots.
Big Lots. And we have the photograph of them there, correct?
Correct.
All right, next slide. What are we taking a look at here?
So once again, this is right after the big lots, and we have here Tagarini's phone, again, her device location, back at the incident location, and we have, all we have for Deputy time is a data session from Mr. Robinson, which, once again, directionality puts it in this area here.
Now, looking at this map, I know one is data session, which is more accurate, and one is the actual towers, correct?
So one is the data session utilizes the tower, so that's less accurate,
Okay,
meaning
sorry.
that, of the actual device location. I can only give you the particular directionality in the area, but I cannot give you an actual location, as opposed to the actual device location. That is more precise, if you want to call it.
But looking at this particular slide, it's consistent with both the defendant Eric Robinson and Isabella Tagarini being back at the homicide location.
I would. My assumption would be yes.
It's consistent.
It's consistent, yes.
What are we looking at here?
So now we have here again, moving through time, between 9:30 and 9:35, we have these towers that are popping up or being utilized by Robinson's data session and his device location as well. So you can see here is device location. This is the data session. These are Tagarini's device location. So everything is concentrated in this area around here.
And where is that?
This is actually the incident location, and then I guess a dumpster location at Bill Oro Apartments.
Now, let's act it out. Move up to the screen here. You have Robinson's device location, correct?
Correct.
And then you have Tagarini's device location, correct?
Correct.
How come they're not on top of each other?
Depends on the time, because you're not going to get a location. You may have one phone that hits at 9:30 and the other one hits at 9:32. So they may not be on top of each other because they could be mobile, they could be moving.
So you're getting data at different times.
Right.
If it was the same time and the phones were together, they'd be on top of each other.
It's possible, yes.
And again, this is between 9:30 and 9:35.
Correct.
Next slide.
So now this is going to be a video now from that last slide you just saw, actual movement now for Robinson's actual cell site locations, his data device locations and data sessions. And you can see how there's movement going from the incident location, and you can see exactly almost like a path of of where that the device was went.
Can you tell us where the landfill is?
This is going to be on US 27 and Sheridan Street.
Where the actual phone is leading us to, correct?
Correct.
And does this include Tagarini's as well?
No, I had nothing. There was no data for Tagarini's phone for that movement from up there, the incident location, down to the landfill.
So moving from the homicide location, you can almost see exactly which way they drove, correct?
Correct.
Which way would that be?
My guess would be that they took 595 to I-75 and to Sheridan Street and headed west.
And again, that's Robinson's.
That's Robinson.
And the reason that you don't have Tagarini's is because there was no data to analyze, correct?
Yeah, there's nothing to plot. I can't put it on map.
Next slide. What are we looking at here?
So this is the entrance to the Broward County landfill. In conjunction with the actual cell site for Mr. Robinson between 10:04 and 10:05.
And in fact, it looks like the timestamp on the video it's consistent with what you have, correct?
That's correct.
1008.
As close as I could. Remember, I can't, just because the picture here was taken at 10:08, I may not have any data that's exactly at 10:08. I could have a minute before, 2 minutes before, 2, 3 minutes afterwards or whatnot. But once again, I got the closest that I could. So in this case, there was a picture at 10:08 a.m. and I had phone calls around 10:04 or 10:05 in the morning. So you talk about, what, a minute, 2 minutes apart?
Okay. Next slide. What do we have here?
So this is now a picture of this car exiting the Broward County landfill. And once again, now we have a data session from Robinson at 10:24, and this picture was at 10:25.
Did you have any data from Tagliarini?
No.
Next slide.
So now we have here some actual movement going from the landfill area, going up north now, and starting to pretty much get onto Alligator Alley.
And this one you have appears to be
So I have here
sessions.
I have Robinson's data sessions, which these are the cell towers utilized. And then I have here Tagliarini's data session, which popped up a tower over here.
showing movement.
Showing the directionality of, first of all, showing that there was a tower hit, and also showing the directionality of where this device could be. Here, it could be anywhere here, whatever that directionality is.
And again?
So now we're proceeding more with time. Now, just to give you an idea of where we're at, there was the Broward County landfill, and US 27, now you have here Robinson's data session, Tagliarini's cell site, and Tagliarini's device location, both heading west.
Showing movement.
Yeah, it's definitely movement, because you have here from, all starts off at 10:50, you have one here, and 11:08, 11:05, and then it goes back again.
And Detective, what's all that green area?
This is the Everglades. This is the Ingleswick Reservation.
And what are we looking
So
at?
now, the previous slide was going westbound, now we're going now eastbound on Alligator Alley. As you can see now, we have here Robinson's data session and his device location. This is all going eastbound, back towards civilization, I guess, if you want to call it.
What are we looking at here?
So now we have photographs that were provided for this particular time, which is a Publix located at 100-65 Cleary Boulevard in Plantation. This, where the tower hit here and around the same, about a minute off. Once again, the directionality pointing this way for Robinson's data session.
Now we have a snapshot of a pickup truck, dark in color, at that dumpster located close to the Publix and Cleary Boulevard, correct?
That's what the pictures depict.
And then you have a data sessions for Eric Robinson, and the sector that it's pointing in, is that within that location of the dumpster?
It could be, yes, because the direction is good. And as far as how far out it goes, I couldn't tell. It could be 2 miles, 3 miles. It is pointing in the right direction. So I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly where the phone is at, but I can tell you what direction or what sector it's pointing to.
But again, if it was pointing to a different sector, that'd be problematic, correct?
It would be, yes.
What are we looking at here?
So I was also given a receipt for Home Depot, dated October 5th, 2017 at 3:59 p.m. So the closest that I could find of anything in the records was for Robinson's data session at 4:03, which is, 4 minutes after. And it has here, tower being utilized here. And once again, directionality going north. So the phone could be anywhere there. No clue where, but because we have supporting documentation, it's safe to say that I think he was at the Home Depot.
The Home Depot is within the right sector.
It is definitely, it's right here in the sector, you can see it. The answer is yes. It does point northward. North.
And what is this?
So now, I was also asked to go now from the the day that the records start, which is October 3rd, and just give a whole day scenario of Robinson's cell sites, cell site locations, the device locations, and data sessions. So this is pretty much in this square here where that device has been, the location or the area or whatnot, from 5:38 in the morning through almost midnight for the 3rd of October. And then the next slide.
Well, before we move to the next slide, can you tell the jury and point to it where the incident location is on this map?
Right.
And Detective, can you point where his ex-girlfriend or Ms. Kent's ex-residence is?
Right here.
Okay. They're fairly close together.
Yeah, they're not that far from each other.
Is it possible they could even be using the same tower? Or
Oh,
overlap?
yeah, absolutely, yes.
And what are we looking at here?
This is the next date, which is October 4th. So once again, a whole day's worth, and all. This phone did not leave, or this device did not leave this particular. I call it a geofence. So it doesn't go outside of this box anywhere. It's all concentrated here.
You're telling us on October 4th, 2007, it stayed within that area.
October 4th, 2017. Yes.
Did it go to Palm Beach?
No.
Did it go to Miami?
No. This exactly what I'm showing here on the map is exactly that.
And can you show us where the incident location is?
Over here.
And can you show us where Ms. Kent's ex-residence? Thank you. And what are we looking at here?
So October 5th from midnight to 1:08. So that's just an hour and 8 minutes. But once again, for the device, or the tower that was being utilized was here.
And that's a tower that can encompass Ms. Kent's ex-residence, correct?
Yes.
And the actual incident location as well, correct?
It's possible, yes.
And what are we looking at
So
here?
now we're looking at Tagarini's cell site locations, device locations, and data session locations for the 3rd. So now we just finished now with Ms. Robinson. Now we're going on to Ms. Tagarini's date, or the date of October 3rd.
October 3rd.
Right,
It appears to
October
be a bigger map. Why is that?
So because we move into now Palm Beach area. So it's very difficult to put on. My monitor is not that big, but this is all I can fit here, and which is fine because I have that geofence again, from that whole day, the 24 hours. And this location is where the device has been for that particular day.
It appears that she's moving from the incident location to Palm Beach, correct?
Yeah. Well, whether she's moving or not, it's whatever hits I'm getting, or that can be plotted that are in this area here from Broward all the way to Palm Beach.
And this is showing October 4th, correct?
So this is the next day, October 4th. So same thing. The box, it doesn't leave this box once again from Broward all the way up to Palm Beach County.
And then the day of the homicide?
The day of the homicide, once again, this is from midnight to 1:04 a.m., so just an hour and 4 minutes. We have both the cell site locations, device locations, and data sessions all in this area over here.
She's not moving.
From this, because there are multiple hits on the incident location, that just tells me that it's possible that she was at home.
That's it? Now, Detective, you have access to historical records belonging to Isabella Tagarini.
I do.
And you had access to historical records belonging to the defendant, Mr. Robinson, correct?
Correct.
Dating all the way back to October 4th, correct? Or
October 3rd.
Looking at those records, was there any communication between the defendant, Mr. Robinson, and Isabella Tagarini between October 3rd through October 5th?
So there was one phone call that was made from Mr. Robinson's phone to Ms. Tagarini's phone on the 5th, and I believe it was at 5:45 in the afternoon, but it went to a voicemail.
After the homicide?
Yes, after the homicide.
Looking at those same records, was there any communication between Isabella Tagarini and the defendant, Eric Robinson, between the same time period? And I'm talking about October 3rd of 2017 and the homicide October 5th of 2017.
From the records that I have, no.
Okay.
except for the one that I just told you about.
She didn't try to contact him, according to the records that you
Only
have.
from the records that I have, the answer is no.
Thank you. No more questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Hi.
So we've established you work for Miramar and not Plantation, correct?
That is correct.
And you're aware that the incident in this case happened back in 2017.
Correct.
You did not become involved or even look at any mapping, tower locations, any records until last month,
Until the beginning of March, correct, of this
right?
year.
Okay. So that is when the state contacted you to analyze these records.
Correct.
Now, I want to sum up what we just discussed. Let's start at the back, the last point. You said that there's a phone call from Robinson to Tagliarini after 5 p.m. or so on the 5th.
That is correct.
Okay. We're only talking about communication between one phone number and another phone number through the carrier,
That is correct.
right? You didn't analyze any other means of communications,
Nope.
Snapchat, WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, Instagram, anything like that.
No.
And let's kind of sum up what we talked about. Did that just turn off by itself, or did it just, do you know? And I think you can also touch the screen, by the way, and not have to stand up unless it's up. Where is it? Just turns off. All right, so the locations from October 5th in the morning hours. We need to get that back up because I'm going to be asking you questions. Do you know why it's not?
Probably.
Excuse me?
Probably at a timer of some kind. Screen saver.
You might need 5 minutes.
You want a 5-minute break?
Works for me.
Unless they want to watch us do that much.
All right, let me send the jury back as soon as we get it up and working. Leave your notebooks at or by your chairs, please. For any of the witness, excuse me, your. Everyone may be seated. The equipment is working. Hopefully it will continue working. And you may continue, Ms. Newman.
Thank you. So we start out in this location in Plantation, and then you walked us through the various places throughout the county, right?
Correct.
I don't see on here any location information for a place called Synergy, which was in Sunrise. Do you know anything about that?
So I believe, if I recall correctly, I think that's where the victim was employed at.
Yes.
Yes. So yes, there were no. There was nothing to plot for that particular area.
Based on what times of the data? Because for some of it, I'm seeing short, and maybe I'm just confused, but maybe the jury is too if I am, or maybe not. But we have 1:23 a.m. through 7:23 a.m.
Correct.
So what you're saying is during that time, we don't have any, would pinging be the proper word for that? We don't have anything near Synergy in Sunrise.
From what you're seeing on the map right now is the locations of towers. Whether he was at Synergy or not, I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
Okay, so when we talk about where we're talking about where a device is, not a person.
Correct.
Right?
Yes, correct.
So from 10:05, the data session from 1:23 to 7:23 shows that the device is either at Kensec or at the homicide location.
Could be.
Right? There's no way to pinpoint where that device is.
That is correct.
Okay. Is it more likely at one or the other?
Correct.
Is it more likely
I'm sorry?
at one or the other?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And then the device location, why is it only a device location from 5:13 through 5:20?
Because that's all the data that I have, or that I received.
Okay. So you have no device location before 5:13 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. And I also don't see on here, and I know the state is giving you information to assist you in the mapping. Are you talking to Detective Haynes as well? Or anyone from Plantation giving you information?
Yes.
Are you aware that there was a period of time where there was a Walgreens trip made in the afternoon on 10/5?
Either Walgreens or CVS was one of them, I remember, yes.
Okay, why is that not in here?
I don't believe we had anything any towers to plot it in that area.
Okay, are you aware that Ms. Tagliarini had her phone though at Walgreens?
She may have.
Okay, but there was nothing showing in the records, or you weren't given any records?
No, nothing was showing in the records that I had.
Okay, did you have records for her device from the afternoon of 10/5? Yes, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So why is it that if you have a device, and you mentioned this also when, was at one point, we know that Mr. Robinson and Ms. Tagliarini are together most of the afternoon, right?
Correct.
From the information we have.
Yes.
So there was a point where we know Ms. Tagliarini, and I think it was on the way to the landfill. We know she's with him, but her phone is not giving any information. I don't remember what slide it is. Maybe you know. Am I?
The next one. One more. And right after that.
Right after that one?
Yep.
Okay. So why is Isabella's phone just not being mapped, or however the word is?
It can't be mapped if there's nothing there to map. So whatever information or data that I have, there's nothing reflecting any usage of it at this particular time period.
Okay.
So for that half hour.
But if she is with Mr. Robinson with her phone, is it strange that there's no data, or it just sometimes that just happens?
No, it does happen like that. Correct. You
Got
will have times where you have no data whatsoever.
Got it.
Because
Okay.
I cannot tell you what's triggering her phone or not triggering her phone.
Got it. And Mr. Sapak had asked you at one point that when you're using your phone, it pings to the closest tower. That's not exactly true, right? Because if that tower is, and again, I'm not using the right lingo probably,
That's
but
okay.
it can bounce off if that one's too busy. It can bounce to a tower that's not even as close.
Correct, and that's what I explained before. Also, is that yes, typically it would go to the closest tower, line of sight, whatever. If the tower is occupied, if there's whatever. It could be anything that would trigger your phone now to use a different tower. But that's internal. It doesn't have anything to do with the user or anything like that.
Got it. Okay. So just to rehash, for the early morning hours of October 5th, it is unclear exactly where Mr. Robinson's device is. I mean, we know it's in that sector, but in terms of the two locations we have, we don't know exactly where it is.
I couldn't tell you now.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Any redirect?
Very short, Judge. Detective, you can't control what a person's phone is getting in terms of data, correct?
No,
You're limited to what you get afterwards, correct?
that is correct.
Thank you.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. All right, the statement calls next witness.
Do you have a stipulation that we looked at?
Yes, if you have that for me to read into the record.
I do, Judge. It was pre-marked states for you. No, that will still maintain the same. Okay.
Let me address the members of the jury. This is a stipulation entered into by the state and the defense. All the parties have signed on to this stipulation.
Yes.
Okay. Stipulation is, the title of the stipulation is Stipulation Regarding Deceased Victim. Comes now the state of Florida by and through the undersigned assistant state attorney, the defendant and defense counsel, and enters into the following stipulation. Nicholas Wilcox is the deceased person named in the charging document and identified by Broward County Medical Examiner number 173256. Okay, so that fact or facts is stipulated to as a fact in evidence to be considered by the jury. Yes, you want to come sidebar? Okay, our next witness, I've been informed, is scheduled to appear at 1:30, so we will be breaking for lunch. And I need you back at the reception area no later than 1:30. Leave your notebooks at or by your chairs. Again, the same normal cautionary instruction. You're not to discuss this case with anyone, not even among yourselves. You're not to do any research on your own, go to any places discussed during the course of the testimony. And of course, you are to avoid anything in the media that could possibly be related to this case. Everyone have a good lunch. I will see you at 1:30. May be seated. We're outside the presence of the jury. Anything we need to discuss before we break for lunch?
No, I just want to go through the exhibits with, like, Milbert's exhibits before he testifies. So, excuse me? You said he's going to be lengthy, so I don't think we need to.
Okay, we're in recess. Be seated. All right, let the record reflect the defendant is present along with his counsel and counsel for the state. Anything we need to discuss before we start?
Just to be transparent, Judge, we're going to be resting.
Like now?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I just didn't want you to bring it out.
no, I appreciate you telling me this. Is this defense ready to call their first
I
witness?
am. I just have a little bit of a tech issue that I was, so I need
Well,
to
before we
figure
bring
out.
the jury
Yeah.
in, let's resolve that issue.
I need to figure out. I don't know if I can resolve it. I have everything here, but when you set up that, I guess I don't know if it's just switching the HDMI.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just need to switch it to one.
To one.
I think it turned off.
Okay, let's see.
You need to let it turn on and then just. You need to hold it for like 3 seconds. and then
Hold the source.
Yeah, hold source now.
Uh-huh.
And now press HDMI for 2 seconds on the screen. Which one you want?
What do you mean on screen? This is a touch screen?
It's touch screen.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Ah.
Hold it. Release.
Thanks. So let's see it.
Is that the screen you want?
Yeah, I don't know. You can do it. There's nothing to just. Great, thank you.
All right.
So let me just cue it.
Ready?
Yes.
All right. Since the states has already informed me that they rested, and you'll do that in front of the jury as well, is there any motions the defense wants to that the defense wants to make at this time?
Yes, we would move for a judgment of acquittal. Obviously, at this time, it's the light most favorable to the state. We would argue that the state has not proven that Mr. Robinson committed or presented enough evidence to prove that Mr. Robinson committed murder in the second degree.
All right. Your motion for judgment of acquittal is denied. At the very least, there is evidence pointing the finger at him as being the person who committed the murder. It's a jury question whether they believe the testimony against him. All right. Anything else before we bring in the jury?
No, yeah.
Oh, I'm ready, yes.
Let's bring in the jury. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, at this time, does the state have any additional witnesses?
Stay with us, Your Honor.
All right, let me turn to the defense. Would the defense like to call their first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. I would call Detective Daniel Haynes.
If you can please approach the witness stand, and when you get there, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may be seated. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Daniel Haynes,
And can you spell both first and last, please?
DANIELHANES.
Thank you.
All right, you may proceed.
Hi.
Hi.
So I can't remember if when you came briefly for the state to enter the swamp, that you talked about what unit you were assigned to. You work for Plantation Police Department, right?
Correct.
And you are in what division?
I'm in the Detective Bureau. Been with the police department for 16 years and the Detective Bureau for the last 8.
And back in 2017, you were a detective and assigned as the lead homicide investigator in this case.
Correct.
And how would you characterize your role, what you do as a lead detective in a case of this nature?
As a lead detective, I basically orchestrate the investigation. I will meet with officers, witnesses, take statements, ensure evidence is collected, and then ultimately write one or more reports at the conclusion of the investigation.
Okay. In this case, you did write a report, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember how many pages it was?
Multiple. I don't remember exactly.
And you also, in this case, pulled surveillance from different parts of the county as the investigation unfolded.
Yes.
Right? All right. So, when did you become aware of this investigation? That you were assigned to it and you needed to start working?
I was contacted via telephone the evening of October 5th, 2017.
Okay. Did you ever go to the residence where the homicides alleged to have occurred on the morning of October 5th?
At some point I did. Originally I responded to the police department and then later to the residents.
Okay. And part of your job as a detective is to talk to, don't tell me what you talked about, but talk to other officers, patrol officers, and people involved in the investigation to update you on what's going on.
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you have an opportunity to meet with Isabella Tagliarini?
I did.
Where was that?
At the police department.
And Do you recall approximately what time of day it was on October 5th that
It
you met
was
with her?
in the evening.
Okay. Now, you met with her a few different times.
Correct.
Is it typical to have 5 different statements from one particular
I'm going to
person?
object as to what's typical, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You had to speak to Ms. Tagliarini multiple times over a period of maybe a week, approximately.
I did.
Okay. Do you remember the date that she was arrested?
On October 14th, 2017.
And did you take a statement from her on that day?
Yes.
Do you recall the dates of the other statements you took? We know October 5th. Do you recall the date in between?
I believe I took 2 on October 5th, 1 on October 11th, and the final on October 14th.
Okay, and another officer on October 5th took a statement from her as well?
Yes.
Right, so 3 on the 5th, 1 on the 11th, 1 on the 14th?
Yes.
And on the 5th, did you swear her in or did you read her Miranda rights?
I swore her in.
And on the 11th, did you swear her in or did you read her Miranda rights?
I believe I did both on the 11th.
Okay. Now, what are Miranda rights?
Well, I was advising her of her rights prior to giving a statement to me at that point.
That anything she says could be used against you, right? Against her,
Yes.
right? All those things we see on Law and Order when they slap the cuffs on somebody, right?
Sure.
All right. So on the 11th and then also on the 14th, you read her Miranda rights.
Yes.
Why did you read her rights on those days and not on the 5th?
At that point, I was confronting Ms. Tagliarini with some inconsistencies that we discovered throughout the course of the investigation.
Okay. Now, on the 5th, at any point did she advise you that Mr. Robinson had made her take copious amounts of Xanax?
On the 5th, I do not believe so.
Okay. And did she ever express to you that she was unclear about how the events of the day unfolded on the 5th?
Judge, I'm going to object as to your statement.
Let's come sidebar. All right, let me send the jury back to the jury room. I have to discuss some legal issues with the lawyers, and hopefully it won't take too long. Leave your notebooks at or by your chairs, and we'll be with you shortly. You may be seated. Does either side want the witness to wait outside?
I don't mind if he's here, but
Okay. All right, you may remain there then.
can I just address why I think it's fine before we, and I just asked Mr. Stauber to bring that because I left my Earhart in my office. But
I mean, I am totally with you as far as the why and the can. The issue or the law, as I know it, on negative impeachment is if it's something that would normally, of such importance that it would normally be brought up, you can negatively impeach on that. The issue is, I don't know in the context of the statement, the fact that she had been taking Xanax is something that someone would normally blurt out?
Well, but if I've gotten to the point of the question, it's
well, ask your questions, and that, so I get a better feel of the context in which you are asking this.
So, well, I'm just asking the question, but she testified in direct or on direct that, you know, she had taken Xanax, so everything was very fuzzy.
Okay.
So when it comes to an officer taking a statement from somebody, obviously they need to be sure that the person is clear-headed and with it. So that's more of what I'm going to, is her demeanor. Did she come off that she was intoxicated or unclear, or, I mean, those
Well,
are...
that wasn't the question
Well,
you asked.
Okay. So, I mean, I was starting with that
The
if she had told him, yes, I'm on something, that maybe he would have proceeded a little differently, the way you do with somebody who is intoxicated.
well, how he would have, it's speculation. The question is what he, the context in which you're bringing out this negative impeachment, and if it's a conversation that they had that a normal person would have blurted that out, yes, you can negatively impeach. If there's no conversation that one would expect a person to talk about that subject, then I don't think it's proper negative impeachment.
But I mean, how is it not a normal, if somebody's asking you what happened today when you witnessed somebody being brutally
Then ask about the symptoms that you one might expect to see in an intoxicated person.
Right, but before we get to that, though, I just want to hash out this whole negative impeachment issue. Because
Okay.
Because I laid the foundation with her about the things that she told. I asked her, you didn't tell this, you didn't say this, you didn't say this, this, this. So I laid the foundation with her. He's my witness for...
Well, let me ask this question. Did she ever say that she told them about the Xanax?
I have to go back to my notes.
Well, your question suggests that she didn't.
Well, I know she never told him on that day. What she said when I crossed her, I don't remember.
Did she tell him ever?
She told him later, yeah, at a different day. But I did ask her about the Xanax, and I think I asked her, you didn't tell him on that day, and I think she said, I don't know. A lot of her stuff was
Then that doesn't really impeach her.
Well, I don't
on that issue.
Right, but I don't know.
But certainly.
And I don't know can be, and I don't know answer from a witness as opposed to a yes. Obviously,
you can impeach an I don't know with an affirmative statement. You cannot impeach an I don't know with I don't know, I don't know, or she didn't tell me. So, unless you can show me a context where an ordinary objective person would have blurted that out, I don't know if I'm going to allow negative impeachment on that specific question. Now, if you want to bring out the observations of the officer as far as her sharpness of mind, her whether she was exhibiting any signs of intoxication or not being there, I'll permit that type of questioning.
Okay, but you said whether a normal person would blurt that out, then it would be okay, or
no? It has to be something material that.
But that's my point. Is if she gave statements about the events of that day that were incorrect, or she wasn't aware.
Your specific question was, did she say anything to you about taking Xanax? Okay. And that, to me, you have not laid a foundation to allow that question.
Okay.
But to the extent that he, as to her symptoms that she was exhibiting, be it physical or mental, I'll allow that type of question.
Okay. Can I ask him when? Can I rephrase it as, when did Ms. Tagliarini tell you that Mr. Robinson had given her Xanax? And that would be at the...
Well, the foundation is that she never told him, right?
No.
I mean, you have to have a good faith basis to ask the question. If you know the answer is, well, but that you're talking about the 5th.
Right. So
if you want to ask him about the later statements,
right. That's fine.
that's fine, but you can't use it as negative impeachment if you don't have a basis to do so. So, which I find that you don't, at least at this point.
Okay.
Anything else while we have the jury out that you need a ruling from the court?
Well, Judge, I think there's going to be a number of questions asked of Detective Haynes as to what Isabella Tagrini said or did not say, and it would be a form of impeachment using extrinsic evidence, which we detected himself under statute. Under statute 90.614, Judge, it goes on to say in subsection 2, extrinsic evidence of a prior inconsistent statement by a witness is inadmissible unless the witness is first afforded an opportunity to explain or deny the prior statement, and the opposing party is afforded an opportunity to interrogate the witness on it, or the interest of justice otherwise requires. If a witness denies making or does not distinctly admit making the prior inconsistent statement, extrinsic evidence of such statement is inadmissible. I believe what the defense is going to try to do is try to impeach Ms. Tagrini through Detective Haynes without affording Ms. Tagrini an opportunity to explain those statements.
I think I asked her, have you ever made a statement different than that 150 times to lay the foundation for this?
As to those specific statements that you gave her that opportunity, then yes, you can ask if he has an inconsistent statement that he can testify to. If she was never afforded the opportunity, then I would agree with the state as far as...
There are certain opportunities where Ms. Newman went in with Ms. Tagrini. Did you ever make a statement different from this? Showed her this, the transcript, and she was able, and she was given the opportunity to explain that statement. Mm-hmm. Then there was a number of ones.
Then the extrinsic testimony does not come in if she's already admitted to making that inconsistent statement. Because to impeach through this type of witness, it would have to be a statement where either she denies making the prior inconsistent statement or cannot remember. Under those circumstances, yes, you can ask this witness about that. But if it's something that you impeached her on and she admitted that, yes, I did say that in the past, it ends there. You don't bring in another witness.
This is the I don't knows, the I don't remembers.
That's what you're limited to.
Yep.
So just so we're on the same page as to what the law is and what you're permitted to do. Okay. Are we ready to bring in the jury?
Yes.
All right, let's bring in the jury. All right, everyone, please be seated. You may continue, Ms. Newman.
Thank you. So, as a detective, when you're taking statements from somebody, is it important to you to make sure that they are of sound mind?
Yes.
Was there anything about Ms. Tagliarini's presentation on the 5th that concerned you? Meaning, did you think she was intoxicated in any way?
I do not believe she was intoxicated. I believe it was a chaotic situation, maybe scared, nervous, but intoxicated, no.
Okay. She wasn't slurring her words?
No.
Okay. And she during your investigation, did you ever find out that she had taken Xanax on the date in question, October 5th?
She told me that on a later date.
Okay. And on October 5th, was she clear on that day about what had transpired? Does that make sense? Or
If you could clarify that.
yeah.
Great.
So did she express to you that there were events in her mind that were unclear?
Not that I recall.
Okay, so she laid out a timeline for you.
Yes.
Right? And would you, over the course, not just the 5th, but over the course of the 10/5 to 10/14 for her arrest, would you, you had to confront her with a lot of inconsistencies, or no?
I did.
Okay. And let's start with one example, Walgreens.
Okay.
Right? Did you know about Walgreens prior to someone else in the case or you finding the Walgreens receipt?
No.
Okay. So a lot of information that is coming out during this investigation is coming from Isabella, right?
Yes.
But it's coming from her when you confront her with things that you're finding in other places.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to object this to the meeting.
Okay.
Sustained.
Okay. So how is it that you're finding out some information that isn't coming to you originally?
As we're obtaining surveillance video from some of the locations and receipts, things of that nature.
Okay. Can we go second real quick?
All right.
It's not it. What has the state entered?
Do we know what exhibit number it is? Does the state know what exhibit number?
We might be, Judge.
Public, 84. I just need to say it for the record.
Okay.
84, I don't need to take it. Okay, so let's see if I can do this, Detective Haynes. Permission to publish?
You may publish
Thank you.
84.
All right, so this is part of the surveillance that you had received from the Publix down the street, right, as opposed to the Publix in Plantation?
Yes, this is in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay. So I'm going to play, this is where?
The entrance to the parking garage for
Okay.
Publix.
Okay. Okay. Is this the Cadillac that belonged to Eric Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you determine who was driving?
Yes. After watching this video, I believe that Ms. Tagliarini was driving the vehicle at that time.
Okay. It's a little hard to see on this, but at some point when you watched it at Publix or wherever, you were able to see Ms. Tagliarini driving?
Correct.
Okay. And then the Walgreens, we talked about that. You had gotten the surveillance of her at Walgreens, right?
I did.
Now what? One second. Tell me about this place called Synergy. What is that?
It was, I'm not sure exactly what it was, but it was where Mr. Wilcox worked at the time, or he worked for them.
Okay. And what is your understanding of how that location played into the timeline of events on the 5th?
I learned that they went to that location with the idea of possibly dumping the body, but decided not to because of surveillance video that could have been on scene.
Okay. And your understanding that that was earlier in the day? Like
The early morning hours of the 5th.
Before or after the Fort Lauderdale Publix?
Before.
Okay. And when is it that Ms. Tagliarini had told you that she never had her phone? At what point of your investigation is that?
Early on in the investigation. I don't recall exactly when.
Okay. And you find out that that's not true because you find the surveillance at various places where she has her cell phone.
Yes.
And you also uncover that there's periods of the day where she's alone, which is inconsistent with what she had initially told you.
I'm going to object this to media.
Sustained.
Tell me about the inconsistencies of whether she was alone or whether she was required to stay by Eric Robinson's side, if you recall.
I believe that she told us that she was alone, at least at the Publix for a brief period of time, but she was too afraid to do anything, to ask for help.
Was there a period of time where she actually told law enforcement that she actually never went into the Publix, based on your investigation?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Would looking at a report refresh your recollection as to that?
Sure.
Permission to approach with the report of Officer Stan.
All right, you can show it to him. You want him to read it, sir, you read it to yourself. You do not read it out loud.
Your recollection.
Where exactly?
She said.
Did that refresh your recollection?
That is not my report, but I have read that report.
Okay. And in fact, she told Officer Stan that.
Judge, object to this.
Sustained.
Okay.
It's hearsay.
At some point, did Isabella Tagliarini say that she had gone to the Everglades as the first stop?
I don't believe she did to me.
Okay, so let me ask this a different way. Throughout the investigation, was the order of events changing?
Yes.
Okay. And were there certain places that were left out?
Yes, we discovered additional places.
Ms. Tagliarini told you that when she woke up to Mr. Robinson in the bed with her and Nick Wilcox, that she didn't see Eric Robinson striking him, right?
Correct.
Okay. And what did she say happened when she was brought outside the room? Like, if you could just recount that.
She said that Mr. Robinson led her out of the room and took her and Mr. Wilcox's cell phones.
Okay. And she told you she never saw Mr. Robinson striking
Objection,
Mr.
leading, Your
Wilcox.
Honor.
Sustained.
Did she ever tell you that she saw the act of Mr. Robinson
objection,
striking? Did Ms. Tagliarini witness?
I'll permit as far as what she may have told him and him alone.
Did she ever admit to seeing Mr. Robinson strike Mr. Wilcox?
No.
In fact, she said or did she tell you that she wasn't able to see him?
She said that when she was awoken, she was prevented from seeing him by Mr. Robinson's hand over her mouth and neck area.
And same for when she was outside the room, she was prevented from seeing him.
Yes.
Were there inconsistencies about whether she had helped remove the body from the house that you ultimately discovered?
Yes, there were.
Okay. So, yes, I helped him. No, I didn't help him.
Later on, she, I believe possibly in the third interview, she told us that she assisted.
Nicholas Wilcox's truck had a lot of personal items in it,
Yes,
or did it have a lot of personal
there
items?
were several items in the truck.
Okay. Do you recall if there was a briefcase or some type of like leather attaché case that he had in his vehicle?
I recall a briefcase.
Do you recall the contents? Just were there a lot of papers and things inside, personal belongings, personal papers?
There was paperwork and receipts, things like that we collected from the truck.
Right, he was in construction, so there were a lot of like Home Depot receipts and things like that.
We found a Home Depot receipt, Big Lots receipt.
Well, not from the incident itself, but do you remember if there were just from other jobs he may have done in the past or things like that, or you don't recall?
I don't know.
Do you recall, and we're not talking about the love contract letter between Isabella and Nick, but do you recall there being other kind of handwritten notes
Yes, there
in
were.
the vehicle? Tell me about what happened with Isabella's phone when you are together in the interview room on October 5th. Did she give you access to her phone?
I don't remember exactly when this was, but after she had her phone, she attempted to give us the code for the phone.
Were you able to access her phone?
We were not able to.
Okay, so the password just was no longer working?
Yes.
Did she try to use her thumb to open it? Was it a thumbprint?
I believe it was a thumbprint phone.
Okay. And it just wasn't working?
I don't know. I think she was able to open it. I was not able to open it.
Okay. Do you know if her phone was extracted or looked at in those early, weeks of investigation?
It was. I don't remember what date.
Okay. Was it done in-house, or did you have to send the phone out to be, what's the word, what? Not extracted, like to break into an iPhone?
Once I passed it off to our forensic Detective, I don't remember if he sent it out or if it was in-house the entire time.
Got it. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
You met with Isabella Tagliarini kind of late in the day on October 5th.
Yes.
Does your report have the date in it? I mean, the time in it, most likely, or?
I don't know if it's in there.
Nope. Well, it was after her ex-husband, Nick Tagliarini, called you guys to get you involved, right?
Correct.
Obviously. And that was around 5 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, so at some point, they're doing some initial investigation. There's also her being driven around a bit. She's brought to the Plantation Police Department, and that's where you meet with her.
Yes.
Okay. So let's say, give or take, 8 p.m. approximately?
Objection leading on.
You said late.
Rephrase the question.
That's fine. Any just approximate, I'm not holding you to the exact time frame, but approximate on what time it was.
It would have been sometime in the late evening hours.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know exactly what time.
Had it gone into the 6th yet or no?
No, it was still on the 5th.
Okay. And while you're getting the initial information from her, at some point, she asks you if Nick,
Objection leading on.
Sustained.
at some point, does she ask you if Nick Wilcox is still alive?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Let's come sidebar,
I can
please.
rephrase it or no?
All right, let's see if it could.
See if I
Give it
can-
another shot.
At some point, does she ask you about the status of Nicholas Wilcox?
She does.
And what does she ask?
She wonders if he is alive still.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Sure, Judge. Detective, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When you're investigating a case and you come across evidence that was not brought to your attention, let's say by Isabel Tagliarini, before, what do you do with that information?
I try to verify it, and then I speak with her about it.
You bring her back in, correct?
Yes,
And she was willing to talk to you?
she was.
Okay. And specifically talking about, let's use the Publix video as an example. You showed her that it was in fact the Cadillac that was in the Publix, not the F-150, correct?
Correct.
And you showed her the video?
I do.
What did she say?
She couldn't remember.
She couldn't. How about the public's video? You showed her the video,
I did.
and you showed her that she had a cell phone, correct?
Yes,
And you showed her that she had an opportunity to leave, correct?
I did.
And does she give you a reason why she didn't?
Her reason was that she was afraid.
Now, that reason, did that reason ever change in the pendency of this investigation?
No, it was consistent.
That she was scared?
Correct.
And counsel was asking you about the fact that she was not able to see Eric Robinson hitting the decedent, correct? That's what she asked?
Yes,
But Isabel told you she was able to hear a metal sound, correct?
correct.
And she described the weapon to you?
Yes, she described it as a long metal object with a curved end.
Okay. Now, we know that Isabella had her phone, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, you were able to map where it was, correct?
correct.
And at any point, did it move outside from where the defendant's phone was?
No,
And based on the records that you had, specifically talking about cell phone towers, which would be the text messages and the phone calls coming in and out of either Isabella's phone or Eric Robinson's phone, you were able to know those, correct?
yes,
And Detective Zeller already testified as to when the first phone call was made between the two of them, so you don't have to answer that. But did you ever investigate other forms of communication,
I did.
such as?
For example, the first communication that I was able to find was a Facebook message sent sometime around 5:20 a.m. on the 5th.
Between the two of them?
Yes,
Was there any other communication from the period of time when Eric Robinson is released from jail to the time of the homicide between Isabella Tagliarini and the defendant Eric Robinson
no,
that you could find?
I did not find any.
Text messages,
No,
phone calls,
no,
Facebook?
no.
Thank you.
Permission to redirect?
All right, the redirect.
You didn't personally go through any of those devices, right?
Correct.
So, let's talk about some of the other devices. You're aware that Ms. Tagliarini had an iPad in
I
the
am.
house, right?
I am.
Was that ever looked at?
No.
There was also a desktop computer.
Yes.
I'm sorry, what were you going to say? I didn't mean to cut
I was
you
going
off.
to say that we never saw Ms. Tagliarini with the iPad or desktop. We went through the phones because we observed her with her phone.
Got it. But if we're talking about, Mr. Sapak asked you about communications between her and Mr. Robinson, we're not talking about when you guys would have seen. That would have been maybe when nobody could see or there was no surveillance, right?
Correct.
Okay, so there was an iPad that was not extracted at all, right?
Correct.
There were desktop computers that weren't examined at all.
Correct.
And do you know whose phone was, there was an Android phone that was found in the house, in the bedroom. Do you recall whose phone that was?
Not off the top of my head.
I am showing you, it's been marked defense 1. It's composite 3 of 3. If you know,
I
you know
don't
which
remember.
phone?
I don't remember.
You don't remember which phone that is?
No.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, sir.
One question, Your Honor?
All right, go ahead.
Detective. We spoke about Facebook Messenger, correct?
Yes.
And that was encompassed on her phone, correct?
Yes.
And her account, correct?
Correct.
As it would be on her iPad, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, you may step down, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The attorneys can come sidebar real quick. All right, let me address our jury. In speaking with the attorneys, that appears to be the last witness that is available today. We're still very well on track to meet our schedule. In fact, probably ahead of our schedule. So there's a good chance we'll be finishing testimony on Monday. Before you go, let me remind you not to discuss this case with anyone, not even among yourselves. Do not do any research on your own. Do not go to any of the places discussed during the course of the testimony. And of course, if you see anything in the media, please avoid it. The trial is not going to be in session tomorrow. I have other matters besides this case, which I'll be addressing tomorrow. So we're going to pick it up Monday morning. Let me just take a quick peek to confirm my schedule Monday morning. Do you have a docket Monday beside the trial? Let me just see. Just one. Let me see what it is. Okay, I know that one. All right, I'm going to have you come at 9:30 Monday. Have, I think, one or two other matters, and it should be fairly short, so hopefully we'll be able to get going pretty quick on Monday. So please meet again, reception area, as you do every time, no later than 9:30 Monday morning. Wish you all a good weekend, and I'll see you Monday. Just leave your notebooks at or by your chairs, please. All right, you may be seated. We're outside the presence of the jury. Okay, you have not made a decision yet as to whether or not your client is going to be testifying? All right, well, regarding whatever conversations you need to have on that, you probably should start having them because he's going to have to make that decision on Monday. All right, anything else that we need to discuss before we adjourn for the day? Yes?
I don't think we talked about this. I feel like this week has felt like 6 weeks. I don't know. So it's yesterday.
Okay, what would you like to
So
talk
we
about?
talked about the text messages between Nicholas Tagliarini and Isabella Tagliarini, and you told me I couldn't get into them. And I had given them to you, and I think I said I wanted to do a court exhibit, but then I don't think I did. Because it has a
I know we did take in a court exhibit.
So these, I just want to make it clear, these are in as a court exhibit because of evidence that I wasn't able to get in. So that's, I just want to make sure. I did. Okay. All right, that's all. I just
Okay.
wanted to confirm I did that.
Okay. Anything else that we need to discuss?
Changes, appropriate changes to the jury instructions, and we'll send a copy to you, Bishop.
Okay.
And I'm going to write a memo over the weekend or tomorrow about the principal issue. So I just wanted to do my argument in writing. So I'll have that before Monday morning.
All right. Just send whatever to send the state whatever you send me.
Of course. And I drafted the special instruction that I want. So I don't know if you guys want to listen to you guys. So
Well, if I granted, which I've already said I would give you a special instruction, it needs to be incorporated into the packet.
Right,
So the
I'll
state
send
needs it.
But let me just also state.
Well, you have it.
No.
Then would you like to share it with me? You could just read it.
Well, I was just going to make sure they agreed and then.
Okay.
Or didn't agree or.
Well, just as important, maybe more so than as them agreeing, is that I agree. Okay, just read it to me.
My week feels like 6.
Okay.
There has been evidence presented that the defendant was incarcerated for a nonviolent offense
In the days leading up to October 5th, 2017, this evidence should not be considered by you in any way when deciding whether or not the defendant is guilty of the crime charged in the information, guilty of a lesser included crime, or not guilty. I just copied the language.
I'm fine with that. Just send it to the state, because what I'd like the state to do is, and you want it as a individual instruction, or you want it tacked on to things to consider.
Maybe attached to defendant not testifying or defendant testifying? I don't know.
Well, or another typical place we put that type of thing is weighing the evidence. As a paragraph there. Just a thought.
That's it's a quick thing.
Well,
Figure it out. You don't care where
I-
it is, right? Or you do?
well,
Maybe.
as long as it's within reason. So, so hold off sending me a draft until you've worked that out. Okay, too late on that, huh? All right, so I won't read it until I get another draft with the last instruction. Okay, anything else? Besides which, you need a decision on defendant testifying or not testifying before we can finalize our instructions anyway. Okay, everybody, if I don't see you before then, have a good weekend. We are in recess until Monday at 9:30.